So, I may or may not be a serial snoozer. I have no excuse. One sec, let's just get everything set up. Uh, okay, man. Sorry about that, guys. Where we are at... Yeah, no, I meant to wake up about an hour and a half ago. I ended up waking up about 40 minutes ago, maybe 50 minutes ago. I was like, oh shit, I've got a stream, I've got a stream today. Just need to find where all my stuff is, 'cause I'm still getting it all, don't be sorry, just be better, alright? Just gotta take that one in my stride. Yep, this one's on me, gamers. Okay. Yeah, so, as far as plans for today, we've worked on the night a fair bit over the past few streams, but I've got so many things on my desk that if I just keep working on the night, my desk is just going to be completely blocked up with stuff for a very long time. So I reckon what we're going to do today is we'll come back through. I'm considered an influencer now. I have a responsibility. I guess I do have influence, if very limited. But yeah, goal for today. This is all dried now, so we can afford to come back through and sand back the edges of this base. So what we'll do probably. Hello peeps, hey Silver. So yeah, what we'll probably do today is to start off, we'll sand back the edges, clean this up, or file it back, and then we'll give this a priming coat, and then just see if we can go back through and make some more headway on these bastards who have been sitting here for who knows how long. Too long. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn on my air compressor just so I can get ready for the priming coat of the base. So, one moment. Not sure if you guys are gonna hear this or not. We'll see. Okay, it's not coming through. Oh, hang on. Got to plug the brush into the end, so it's just not compressing anything. There we are. Okay. And yeah, for what you said earlier, Hensley, I think I will go through and actually do up a little schedule post weekly, or I'll try to put together a schedule every week and just upload it as a community post, just so that it's a bit easier for everyone to see when I'm planning to do streams, rather than just wait for 12 hours beforehand. Russian or rushing? No Russian. Oh, okay. Is my am I slurring my words? My accent a bit too strong? You're kidding, honestly, but you do enjoy my streams, and it's a shame when you miss them. No, I mean, it is a good idea, and since I stream regularly enough that it does make sense for me to do, for me to have a schedule. And it'd be helpful for me as well, because then I can sort of plan out my week ahead of time, rather than just sort of every night checking my schedule for the next day and then playing it by ear. And then that also might help me actually get into the habit of starting to edit things together for video content as well, rather than just live streams. Not sure how much pressure I need to put on this to file it back well. Because I'm scared of just crushing it. And sorry, I'm a little sick this morning. I yeah, started coming down with a little bit of a cold last night, so apologies for any of the sniffling or nose blowing. But it is what it is. On the bright side, it means that my wonderful voice is just a little bit deeper now. Because I'm sure that's why you guys are all here. It's just because you love the sound of my voice. This is coming up really nicely. Yeah, I do. This is going to be really nice when it's all filed back. I know you guys can't really see anything, but it's quite rough along the edges, but just this section that we filed back is so nice and clean. Oh yeah, also, I feel like I have a responsibility to, like, I have a confession to make. I can't hide this shit from you guys. Like, even if I don't tell you, you'll know. I've made a poor financial decision the past couple of days. When's my audiobook coming? Oh, you know, we'll see. I'd have to get some licensing first. But yeah, I made a very poor financial decision. And it may or may not start with Skaven and end in Tide. So, look, I know I say I don't need more minis, but like, can you blame me? It's just like one of those late night terrible decisions that you make. Like when you shouldn't be on your phone looking at things, but then you find something and you know that you shouldn't do it, but I may or may not have bought the Skaven Tide box. I do need more minis. Not anymore, because I've got like maybe 60 rats on their way. Plus a bunch of Stormcast, who I wasn't all that interested in, but their minis actually look really cool. Even if I don't build them normally, I feel like their parts would be awesome for kit bashing. Skaven are cool, you give your appreciation. Yeah, I played a lot of Vermintide 1 and 2, or actually I think it was mainly Vermintide 2 that I played, and That's sort of my main introduction to Skaven years ago, and I was like, man, these guys are awesome. And then I played Total War Warhammer, and it's the funniest shit. And I love how unapologetically evil they are. Like, there's like a Skaven who's quoted for saying there's more than one way to skin an infant. And they're just like, they're all just complete assholes. It's so good. Total War is the best. Yeah, I need to play more. I really want to get back into it and play it some more. Because when I was playing it initially, it was early on. I think I mentioned this before, but when I played it initially, it was early on in the release, and so there was some bugs with the networking, and so I couldn't go more than like 10 rounds playing co-op with my mates, and like before the networking would just shit itself. So we didn't really get to play all that much. But I think I want to go back through and play it. Oop. But yeah, the Skaventide box has yet to arrive because I bought it online late at night when my critical thinking capabilities were hindered. So thankfully it's not here yet. So I have time to try to clear up space in my room for this new monster of a box, because I'm expecting that it'll be similar size to the Leviathan box from 40k. So I need to clear up some minis before it arrives, so that I can feel less bad about my my poor decisions. Oh, this actually might be a bit easier using the narrow edge of the file, just because then I can apply more pressure. Absolutely destroying your friend in Fortnite. I am happy for you, Chaos. Convert them into Space Skaven. I really do want to. That's like, look, all I need is a Chaos Knight, and then we get a Skaven Knight. How sick would that be? Like, have Warpstone, like have it walking in like a field of Warpstone and like scaffolds and shit all over it. That'd be so cool. Maybe buy some Orc models for like looted vehicles and then convert them into looted Skaven vehicles. You've got new models coming in tomorrow, you need to be stopped. Look, Nugs, we are in this together. It's bad, it's hard. It's an addiction, it really is. Like, this is worse than being addicted to gambling. It's more insidious than gambling. Because it's like, ooh, I've got a thing. And it's like, you know you're buying a thing, so it's fine. But just because you have the thing doesn't mean you're actually using the thing. It's just there. Better than drugs, though. What do you mean better than drugs? They are drugs. This is plastic crack. The file's a bit gummed up. But you don't get high. I don't know. You say you don't get high, but let me tell you, I was pretty lightheaded when I was leaving my room the other day after after using those solvents. I think I was getting there. I love the smell of solvents. Even in a well-ventilated space, it's so potent. Yeah, I think once I'm done here with filing this back, I'm gonna get like a damp cloth or like a wet tissue or something to wipe up all of the filings here, just so that it's not all over my workspace when I start painting. And so that I don't just send it flying all over the place when I start using the airbrush to prime. Your only hobby when you're high. Just makes it more fun, right? It helps the ideas flow. See, it's the other way around for me. I only ever am high when I'm hobbying. Plastic cement is a hell of a drug. It's the best high because it's legal. Exactly. I feel like that's an absolute disaster of an idea for a stream. Would just be like 1,000 subscriber special. It's just like drunk kit bash stream. Just like absolutely wasted trying to actually no, that's dangerous. I would actually cut my fingers off. Forget I said anything. That would be horrible. We'll just stick to the 10,000 by a Warlord Titan goal. Ignore the 1,000 drunk stream. I will lose fingers. Warhammer is now illegal. Look, you make Warhammer illegal, and I'll just start huffing the plastic cement on its own. I won't need an excuse. I'm too far gone. You only live where weed is legal. Yeah, pretty tough to do here in Australia, at least. There are some places where there's like medicinal weed is chill in a lot of areas, but recreational not so much. Man, I've completely blocked up the edge of this file here. One sec. take a shot every time the blade makes skin contact. That's fucked up, Hensley. That is deeply fucked up. I'm not lasting 20 minutes. Like, it's just gonna... First time my head appears on camera on stream is where my head is gonna be hitting the desk. Just gonna see the back of my head just go boosh. Sounds like 1,000 subs is gonna be a great stream, man. Okay. I should have kept my mouth shut. I should have kept my mouth shut. Nothing good happens when I'm allowed to talk freely. You want so many different models because they look so cool, but you're trying to stick to one army. Yeah, Chaos. I feel like that's... We all start off there. It's... Don't worry, you'll you'll change. The issue is, as soon as you have any form of disposable income, it all belongs to Games Workshop. Stay drunk the whole stream. Yeah. Well, the thing with the stream is, if we're going with Hensley's idea, I don't think there's any opportunity for me to recover. Like, if I'm taking a shot every time the blade makes skin contact, that is a dangerous game. I think I need to have an ambulance on standby outside, just waiting, just watching the stream, so that they know when I'm fucked up. Alcohol poisoning. I feel like there would be more alcohol in my bloodstream than blood, if we go with that. My liver would just turn black within an hour. But for a good cause. Is it? Is it? And here you thought Aussies were supposed to be good drinking? Yeah, so... Like, Australia has a really fucked drinking culture. I personally haven't really been much of a drinker for most of my life. Like, I don't know. I think it's just because, like, I don't even know why. I've just never really been a huge drinker. I do enjoy alcohol and that sort of thing, but I more drink socially rather than just drinking for the sake of drinking. So, like, at a party and that sort of thing, I can easily sit on a beer for an hour or so. But I also do really like gin, and I have a lot of different... Oh man, I just tapped this and got a face full of milliput. No, I do like gin. I like to get lots of different gins, and I can appreciate spirits, but I don't really go out of my way to drink. Man, this file is getting so blocked up. But yeah, so since I'm not a huge drinker, 1,000 subs drinking stream would be deeply fucked up for me. I don't know how well I would last. Because I don't think I've ever gotten to the point where I've been, like, actually fucked up. Like, I've never thrown up from drinking before. So, I feel like Hensley's idea of this, like, take a shot every time every time the blade touches my thumb, I will die. Because I've gotten close to, like, I've gotten very tipsy, but I always, like, once I get to the point of, like, tipsy, I like to just sort of ride the line of that and not go further. Shots of gin, gonna be rough. It will be fucked up. Why did I have to open my mouth? I'm gonna need to have, like, a bucket of water next to me, just so that every shot I just drink, like, half a liter of water, just to try to offset it. This wouldn't be a very entertaining stream if I just pass out 15 minutes in. Well, I guess that would be entertaining in its own right. Yeah, first time for everything, and it'll be in the right place. Yeah. I guess there could be worse places for me to get fucked up. I think the main concern would just be using a knife while I'm fucked up. I feel like Nubmaker would live up to its name if we do this. Nubmaker would finally draw blood once more. The relic blade. But I can't bleed, remember? It's not that I can't bleed, it's that my fingers are blade proof, but Nubmaker might strike somewhere that isn't my finger somehow. Like, if I am that drunk, I do not doubt the Nubmaker's ability to strike me in the palm. Also, alcohol's a blood thinner, so there will be a lot of blood for the blood god. I have a toughness build. Yeah, no, what it is, I think my fingers have just become thimbles. Quite like the base a lot. You did a similar thing for your salamanders and actually turned out pretty good. Yeah, I'm really hoping that I'll be able to do a good job of painting this once it's done. Because, yeah, Carson, I'm not sure how much you've seen of the, like, the previous stream when we were actually working on building this, but the idea is it's going to be like a Tzeentchian, demon world. So I'm hoping that I can do it justice, because we're going to have, like, rivers of magic running through the cracks and stuff. Yeah, so it'll be a fun experiment in any case. Seems mostly smooth. I think we're just about there. What I might do now is, it's still a bit rough along here. Last one you tuned in for was a night. Don't quote you. Yeah, this was the So this one was on a night stream. It was on one of the night streams. Actually, I think we kind of worked on it over a couple of the night streams because this is the base for the night. Because the night will be standing like that. Yeah, so hopefully it'll turn out well. I think I've done what I can with the file, so we'll crack out Nub Maker and just with the back of the blade, just see if we can scrape along. No, we won't use the back of the blade. We'll use the front of the blade, but we'll just see if we can clean up any rough surfaces. I probably should have just done this rather than use the file. Relic blade. Did I call it a knife again? I know I called it Nub Maker. Or did I then say the back of the knife? My apologies. You see, this is actually all part of my plan. I'm just farming you for chat engagement. Yeah, 100%. I definitely knew that I was I definitely knew what I was doing when I called it a knife. I promise. Nub Maker demands tribute. No, I will not. It's not happening. Not today. Relic blade. It's a nice stream. Yeah, thanks, Carson. Should custom order a knife that's molded after a chainsaw. That'd be dope. That could be cool. I'm not sure how many there are. But there's, because the thing is, Hensley, the other idea is that at some point I'm going to build some bloodletters, and then we're going to customize this knife, this relic blade. We're going to customize Nub Maker to look like a fucked up ritual knife, and then we'll have the full experience. That's lit. Yeah, it'll be cool. Hopefully customizing it doesn't involve painting it with my own blood, because I think that might be going a bit far. Not sure if I'm prepared to do that. Cool. But that's the edge of the base all cleaned up. Okay, I'm gonna set this aside and give me a moment. I'm just gonna quickly wipe up this mess on the table we've made. I might just use a damp tissue rather than going and getting a sponge. I say damp, and I did just dunk this tissue. When's the face reveal? I mean, it's not like my face is completely hidden. Like, it's on the channel if you go looking. So I can't really do a face reveal when it's already been revealed before. You know, the Emperor can respawn, so why doesn't he go ahead and do it and no longer be a skeleton? Because the issue is because we don't know how long it will take for the Emperor to respawn. So it could take thousands of years, by which time the Imperium would fall. But one of the bigger things is the fact that there's a Doomsday device which is set up to destroy Terra the moment the Emperor, or the moment that the Golden Throne stops working. So, if the Emperor dies, you ain't digging around for my face, that's creepy. Thank you for the self-control. I appreciate a little bit of humanity. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll do some more content with camera, like with face cam. But just not really where I'm at the moment. Yeah. He's also keeping the webway closed. He is. Yeah. Like, there's a whole lot of shit that would go wrong if the Emperor decided to just dip and try to respawn. That it's just not worth it. No face reveal. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a huge amount of value in doing a face reveal at the moment, because like I've got a family member who he's got a YouTube channel. He's like in the review space. And like when I was getting back into YouTube a while ago, he was like, "Yeah, dude, you need to get like, you need to do thumbnails with like your face and you're like pointing at what you're painting, man, and then that'll like pull so much." And I'm like, but that's not really my brand. I don't really see the value in having my face attached to a channel which is just about building and painting stuff. Being a perpetual must be kind of weird, knowing what it's like on the other side and then coming back and just living with it. Yeah, I feel like perpetuals have definitely got a bit of a weird hand to play. You're right. What if he's ugly? Look, it's not a matter of what if he's ugly. I am absolutely hideous. There's you cannot begin to grasp how disgusting I am. Like, Nurgle would recoil. It wouldn't be the same. What if the carpet doesn't match the drapes? What if his voice is so angelic but his face ruined it all? That's yeah, I can see that. But yeah, I 100% feel that, because it's kind of like, because I've had that experience as well before. It's just like, there's a YouTuber that you like watching, and then the face reveal comes around and it's like, man, I did not expect that to be what they looked like, and now all of their content has their face attached, and it's just kind of like, I can see the that's kind of why I don't really feel like going out of my way to do more face reveal, like, or face-based content. What if he's a 47-year-old man? Look, I don't, I'm not, I'm pretty young. But I mean, I've got the hairline of a 47-year-old man. If that's not too immersion breaking. All right. So, one sec. I'm gonna go grab the spray box so that we can just start priming this. Because once we have this primed, I'll then be able to come back through and then we can just start painting all these. There, one sec. I'm just gonna go get my spray box. Okay. Where are we? I'll need this. Actually, I may not even end up needing this. All we're really gonna need is our primer. Yeah, what's wrong with 47-year-old men? Yeah, that's like we need the veterans. Like if I didn't have Francois here, I would be cutting my fingers off right now. I would have like my hand would be like this. Wait, this is the I would not have an index finger. Nubmaker would have claimed too many digits. Be jealous you have a beard? Yeah, I have got the curse of facial hair that just never quite joins up. It's the worst. Like it always gets close to joining up, but it's just it just stops short. It's disgusting. Wouldn't have gotten into this hobby if it wasn't for those before you. Yeah, exactly. Like, the whole reason I got into painting was because I watched all the videos of people who, like, all the painting videos. And I was like, man, that is so cool. And, like, if I didn't have other people doing, like, the crazy shit before me, there would be no way I'd be here doing this right now. Okay, so, how are we gonna do this? We'll get a bit of our primer. That's probably plenty. Oh my, how have I gotten it all over my hands already? What did I do? How is it on my hands already? Your husband needs help with his pile of grey shame. We all need help with the pile of grey shame. I don't know, like, Scarlett, you need to help him. Help that man. He has got too much. It will grow faster than it shrinks. This is a cry for help. Sit down and paint with him. Okay. Then we get a little bit of thinner. You can see them all on your videos. It's insane. Yeah, I don't doubt that it's too much gray paint, too much gray plastic. Not you. You don't have a pile of grey shame. You've got a collection of inflation deflection. Yeah, Francois, you have insidious ways of of encouraging me to to buy more minis. It's a financial investment. It's going to appreciate. It's a with the way the pricing is, it's just going to be worth more. So you may as well get it now. Very dangerous line of thought. Very effective though. Where is my little syringe? There we are. Okay, so what we're gonna do is a little bit of flow improver. 1, 2, 3. And I should probably only need a tiny bit. You know, you want it. Why wait? You've only got one life to live. Get them all. This is not responsible advice. Like, this is good advice for having a good time, but this is not sound financial advice. I'm surrounded by irresponsible adults. Yeah, I have this really bad habit of basically I have like I look at the numbers in my bank account and I have like a threshold where it's like, okay, as long as I don't go below here, I'm chilling. But the issue is that that means that I will often just buy minis until I'm at that threshold. Okay, just gonna put my mask on now while I remember so that I'm not choking on atomized paint. 1 sec. It's kind of hard to put on with one hand. Okay, cool. Now I'm just gonna put my headphones back on. Irresponsible, you're on the honor guard, you're retired at 30, you're a responsible adult, you have 0 debt. Okay. Retired at 30 is impressive. Not like that if true, that is insane. Just gonna use the air from the brush without any paint just to blow away any excess particles, any stray particles before I start actually painting. Off to bed, enjoy your night. Yeah, thanks for hopping by, Hensley. And yeah, I will get a I'll see if I can get a schedule out there just so that's easier to yeah, just so it's easier to line up the stream times. But yeah, thanks for dropping by as always, mate. Get yourself some rest. They guard their honor Zuko style. Thank you, Scarlet. Yeah, this cork is going to be so thirsty for paint. I think I will definitely need a few coats to cover this nice and evenly. Okay, this did not end up going nearly as far as I imagined. So we get a teeny bit more flow improver. We'll just go straight into the well with this stuff. Can't be bothered messing around with the syringe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's nothing. There we are. That should be heaps. And then a little bit of thinner. Get that in there. Just mix that through. Yeah, sorry about any loud noises that you might be getting. So I think every now and then I'm getting the feedback through my headphones. I can like hear the mic getting a lot of wind in it from the airbrush. Like this. This pains you to watch as you hand painted your models so far and don't even have an airbrush. Look, the airbrush makes life a lot easier for priming and doing a lot of base coats. I'm still really bad with it. There's so much more that I could be doing with this, like getting really nice gradients and that sort of thing. But yeah, like for priming, you'd be using a spray can anyway. So this is just, I'm basically just using this as a spray can with a narrower field of spray. Have a great paint job. Thanks, go for it. I'm just gonna use the air on the skulls here, just so that I can try to blow away any pooling, keep details visible where we can. Envy it though, since you have to use your thickest brush and apply it pretty thick for bases. Do you use a brush to apply your primer? Because for a spray can, you should be able to do bases pretty fine. Because once I'm coming back through to actually paint this base, I'm going to be using brushes. So I'm gonna probably dry brush the lot of it first, and then I'm gonna come through with regular brushes to do the sections, like the parts of the rivers of magic. Yeah, don't need an airbrush. Can spray paint works just fine. Yeah, I'm using an airbrush purely because I have zero self-control and I wanted an airbrush. But a vast majority of things that you can do just fine with regular spray cans, dry brushes, and regular brushes. Yeah, I'm just a freak with no self-control. You do use a regular brush, but not the spray paint, since you don't have a place for it at the moment. Ah, okay, I see. So you manually brush on your primers. That's painful. Airbrush the River of Magic since I have one. Okay. No, I guess that makes sense, because if anything's gonna have a super smooth finish, that would be it would be the river. So I imagine what I'd do is I'd airbrush the river first, and then I'd manually paint all the bits up above. So we'll just get a no, okay, this is a terrible idea. The water's gonna go everywhere. Just use a box lid and spray on your back porch. Yeah, it can be a bit difficult, because like I remember when I was initially getting into Warhammer, I was just in an apartment in Japan. And so the only place that I had to do it was I had a cardboard box, and I'd go out onto my my like 3 square meter balcony, and I'd just spray it there, and then I'd bring it inside and let it dry on the like I'd let it dry in the bathroom, and I'd just have the extraction fan on. But yeah, not everyone has like, I was lucky to have a balcony. Not everyone has a balcony either. But yeah, otherwise, you can get a big cardboard box, and in your bathroom, if you have an extraction fan, you can do it in there. You just need to make sure you don't get it on the walls or anything like that. Probably have to do it in the backyard. And do the same thing with a box. Yeah, that's like, that's what I do now when I am using spray cans, and not the airbrush, is I go out into the backyard and just do it on the lawn on top of a cardboard box. Just need a can. Yeah, spray cans do make basing so much easier. Just go to a local park. I don't know how well people would take to you spraying things in a local park. I don't know. Yeah, with the box. Yeah, maybe they'd be chill with that. Okay, that's mostly clear. I don't know if that's legal. It might also seem suspicious. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It would be a bit strange Just seeing a guy show up with a cardboard box and some spray cans, just sit down in the middle of a park and start spraying. It'd definitely be suspicious. I'm sure it's probably legal. But I guess probably legal is not what you want to hear when you're asking for advice. Hello, hey F15, how you going? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. So the needle's clean, so what we'll do now is I'll just run it back into the cup. Seems to be pretty good. Cool. We can turn off our airbrush. Now this is the fun part where we've got the compressor turned off, and so we just take the gun off. Oh, whoops. You take the advice to Prime since explaining why your paint jobs take 4 to 6 hours each is getting tiresome. Yeah, spray primers are definitely a game changer. They make it so much easier. Sorry about the noise, just draining the airbrush compressor. Because I don't feel comfortable having a tank of compressed air just sitting under my desk next to my feet. I know it's probably safe, but it doesn't sit right with me. It does just feel like I have a bomb under my desk. Alright, I'm gonna move the spray box somewhere out of the way, and we can just get back to working on these Space Marines that have been sitting here for way too long. So, one sec. Just don't puncture it. Yeah, I think I'd be hard-pressed to puncture it. Oh, looks like I bumped my camera a little bit, but and is it hot? It's warm. Like, if I touch it with my bare foot, it doesn't burn. The section under the tank isn't too bad. The tank itself is quite warm, though. Yeah, like, I can rest my foot against it, and it doesn't hurt. It's probably around 30 degrees or so, a bit more than that. I don't know what that is in freedom numbers. In freedom units. Okay. So, you can translate. It's a healthy paranoia. Yeah, I think being worried about the tank of compressed air underneath your desk exploding is a safe thing to be concerned about. 30 degrees is about 86 eagles. I see. That's all 10 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Cool. Okay. Now, it's been so long, I have completely forgotten where we were up to here. Sorry, but the US is better than your country. Classic American response. The United States of America is the greatest goddamn country on the planet. Anyway, so, where we were up to, we've got some details to do on these dudes. So some more of the little canisters and that sort of thing. From Celsius, it's multiplied by the fraction 9/5, and then you just add... This is too complex. Look, I'm sorry, but... with 0 being where water freezes and 100 being where water boils, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Anyway, let's see what we are doing. I forgot what paints we were using for these dudes here. I know that we have this one here. I believe these were our 3 greens that we were working with. I don't know how much I'll actually be using them here, because we're doing mostly details. We'll grab the Shabti Bone and Corvus Black, because I can always make use of them. Chaos Agent does not speak for you. Your country is not better than a country. It's more like it's on par. Yeah, Australia is not in a good position at the moment, so I'm not here to argue that Australia is a good country by any means. Okay, this is probably more than enough in terms of paints that we'll need at the moment. Had no idea. Yeah, no, I have been, like, even in Australia, I think I have been told that I have a relatively... I think I've got a pretty subtle Australian accent as far as it goes. Because, like, at work, I have had, like, old English ladies come in and tell me that I've got such a wonderful English accent and ask me where I'm from. And I was like, mate, I'm from Brisbane, Australia. Born and raised. Hey, I'm just gonna check. Okay. I should be able to take the mask off. Oh, I can breathe. But yeah, I think as far as Australian accents go, mine is pretty reserved. Because when I was in primary school, I had a bit of a speech impediment, and my school had gotten a bit of extra funding, and so one of the teachers had sort of pulled me aside and gone, "Hey, you want to get some speech lessons so that you stop sounding like an idiot?" And then yeah, so then I got some speech coaching in primary school, and so I became a lot more precise in the way I talk. Riz. I don't think I want to be rizzing up the old ladies at the hardware store. I'm sorry. It's not really on my to-do list. You've been confused for a Russian before, weirdly. Interesting. Are you English first language? Or, is it just like, just the way you speak English is just somehow Russian accented? What are we gonna do? We'll get a little bit of lead belcher and rhinox hide on the wet palette, because I'll need them for a lot of the detailing. Hag maxing is bad. Yeah, not really on my to-do list. But the thing is, like, being a family business, all of the old ladies know who I am, and they're like, "Oh, hey, Jack! Wow, wow, you're gonna be inheriting the shop, aren't you?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, surely, right?" Yeah, everybody knows who I am. It's like it wasn't so bad when I was younger working at the family shop, and it was just like watching my dad get picked out for like everybody would always know who he is even when he's not in uniform. And I've been there long enough now that I've also started to get picked out by all of the old people. You're English and you know some German, but English and you know some German, but your accent is easy to confuse. Interesting. My name is Jack. Yes, my name is Jack. I know that I've had, there are some people who come into chat every now and then who already know that. Like, I think Draco Noctis will generally refer to me as Jack. You mentioned you're in Japan for a bit. Were you an English teacher, taught for about 9 years in South Korea? No, so I was in Japan for a year on a university exchange. So I'm only 24, so I'm not super qualified. I've just been kind of drifting around, and so for me, English teacher is definitely on the table. I did a 1-year exchange, and so for while I was there, the idea of the exchange was basically I was just seeing if I could live in Japan for a long period of time, and it was pretty easy. Well, not really pretty easy, but it wasn't too bad. Like, I didn't get really bad culture shock or homesickness or anything like that. So I think English teacher is definitely on the cards. But yeah, it's just I'm kind of just drifting around trying to figure out what I want to do. I was not expecting that in my 1-year stay in Japan, one of the things that I would pick up as one of the things I really enjoy doing is painting Warhammer miniatures. That was definitely not on the cards when I when I went over there. But it's what I came back with, for better or for worse. But Scott, you said you taught for 9 years in South Korea. How was that? Was that like something that you did straight out of uni, or because I know that Japan at least has a thing for English as a second language teachers called the JET program, which is really it's designed to like just dump you in a small town somewhere in Japan just as a teacher aide or something like that, and you can do that for several years in a row, and the only requirement is your English first language and you have a bachelor's degree. So that's like one of the things that I've been looking at if I do want to go into English teaching. I think that'd be really fun, but just haven't really made any moves towards it for the time being. It was awesome. You could have stayed longer, but needed to come back for family. Righto. Yeah, because I don't really know a lot of people who've done Korea, but yeah, my mum has a friend from school who she was an English teacher in Japan, and she ended up just meeting someone else on the teaching staff over there, and ended up settling down in a little country town over there. And I ended up meeting her while I was over there for my university exchange, and that was really cool. Looking at houses in Japan and doing it again. Houses in Japan are super cheap. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if they're cheap for foreigners, but I know that at least with the Japanese government, they've got an initiative where they're trying to get people to move into the countryside, because everyone's moving out of the countryside into the cities, and so they're losing a lot of their farming capacity. And so they've got an initiative where they're pretty much giving houses to young families away for free. Went straight from university and taught over there, didn't know a lick of Korean. That's awesome. Yeah, I had it a bit easier because my my major is Japanese, so I was able to get by pretty well. But that, like, the first time I went to Japan, I didn't know much Japanese at all, and it's so fun just sort of fumbling your way around and like meeting people. My new name is Jack the Ripper. Yeah, well, I think only when I'm wielding Nubmaker. That's awesome considering you live in the country and don't have tons of money. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there's like, just with the Japanese housing, it's just like, if it is possible to cash in on that initiative as a foreigner, that would be really cool. Just being able to move, like, get a house in a Japanese country village for next to nothing, and just being able to start up there. But yeah, Japan's population has a lot of old people. They've got a really bad problem with they've got the double whammy of aging population and declining birth rate. So yeah, they are in a rough spot. The reason why you chose Korea was because the benefits as an English teacher are better than Japan. Look it up later. Yeah, Japanese working conditions are not so great, believe it or not. It's pretty shit. But I just really like Japan. So unfortunately, as enticing as the benefits for Korea would be, the reason that I've been choosing Japan is I just love it over there. I try to go there yearly. But I haven't really been able to I haven't been able to go back since my university exchange, and I don't think I'll be getting there this year because my brother is getting married and I'm best man, and so there's a lot of things happening, and because that's in a different state in Australia, it's a lot of back and forth. But I'm hoping to get back to Japan early next year. Did not get the reference if you were referencing Metal Gear Rising. I haven't played it. I don't think I've played any Metal Gears. You traveled over there constantly for vacations? Yeah, I've been all over the place in Japan now because I've been there a few times with like just alone, and then with my brother I've gone once, with my sister I've gone a few times, and then went skiing with my dad there, which is a lot of fun, right before COVID. But yeah, it's so good there. Don't need to go to Japan in order to buy a Warhammer. Don't worry, Francois. I have found that out quite handily. I am not at a loss for Warhammer minis. You don't need to convince me. The UI referencing Metal Gear? Righto. Good luck, hope to see new videos of me over there still painting minis. Yeah, I mean, I think the minis are following me wherever I go. I've got too many to just give up now. Europe countries are pretty cool to go to. Yeah, in high school, my high school had a program called German Immersion, which was basically from years 8 through 10, all of your classes except for English and your one elective class are taught entirely in German. And then the whole goal is then at the in the last semester of year 10, you get sent to to do a homestay in Germany for 10 weeks. And I did that, and that was a lot of fun. I don't speak any German anymore though. I've replaced all of it with my Japanese. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. So I spent 8 weeks staying in Kassel, which is just, it's a small-ish city outside of Frankfurt. I think it's got a population of about 200,000-ish. Really nice place. And my host family were lovely. They took me all over the country. Even took me to Paris, which was pretty cool. But yeah, Europe is very cool. I do want to go back. Chaos Skaven Knight. It's coming, brother. It's coming. It's not going to be there until after this, until my current knight is built. But I do want to build a Skaven Knight. You love Germany? Yeah, Germany's really cool. We have a friend from Frankfurt who did hairstyling and cuts, and you were in Leipzig once. I don't think I ended up doing Leipzig. I think while I was in Germany, most of the time was spent in Kassel, but then I ended up going to Frankfurt. We did Berlin, Hamburg, Nuremberg was really cool. We went to an old medieval town called Rottenburg as well. That was also very cool. Trying to think of where else we went. It was so long ago now. But yeah, I really liked it over there. Also, European weather. Oh my god, European weather is incredible. Because I may be Australian, but I fucking hate hot weather. It is the worst. I like cool, like permanent 18-degree days with just slightly overcast, rainy weather. That's so good. I'd love to go to any place in Europe except for France. Yeah, what do you got against France? I went to, like, 'cause like my host family took me to Paris, and that was a little bit dirty. I wasn't a huge fan of Paris. Like, well, let me correct myself. Paris was really cool. I liked Paris a lot. Very beautiful, lots of cool monuments. But man, it was filthy. So many cigarette butts everywhere. But my brother did an exchange in Antibes, and he said it was awesome. So, like, I think there are lots of really cool places that you can go in France. Give you chilly, cold weather every day, please detest hot and humid. Yeah, you can dress for cold weather. You cannot dress for hot weather. There's only so many layers of clothing you can take off before people start looking at you weird. But also, cold weather clothing is just so much nicer. Like, you can just rug up and there's more options. Czech Republic was the best. Yeah, when my brother did his exchange in Antibes, he towards the end of it, he started doing a bit of a tour around Europe and all that sort of thing, and he went through the Czech Republic and said it was awesome. One of the coolest places he's been. Not a fan of France yourself, but a lot of the people there can be great. Just the grime and rioting is off-putting. Yeah, I can see that. When my host family took me to Paris, that was actually around, what year would that have been? That would have been 2015? Was around the time when there were a lot of terror attacks in Europe. And so it was really confronting, just sort of getting off the train, and like stepping into Paris and just immediately seeing the military police there with automatic weapons. So I think that would have been the first time I'd actually seen firearms in person. It was crazy, yeah. But yeah, Paris was filthy, but all of the buildings and everything was just really cool to see. 'Cause that's one thing that we don't really have in Australia, is lots of really historical architecture. Because our country has only really been we've only really been a built civilization for a couple of hundred years. Happened across my stream after 15 years of enjoying the books and games. You finally made the jump and bought your first minis just last night. Nice. What did you end up going for, Ben? It seems like it's cool to see that people have see people who enjoy the games before, or sorry, enjoy the books before they actually get into the tabletop. Because it's kind of been the other way around for me, where I really liked the video games, and then I got into the minis, and now I'm getting into the books. Dark Angels, nice. Big respect. Oh, so that's how you found me. Because I think I've got Dark Angel's keywords in my description. I gotcha. I engineered the algorithm. I fished you out of the Sea of Souls. Welcome. Vermintide, M times, and 2 is what got you. Yeah. Oh man, I've got. I'm not sure if you were there earlier when I mentioned it, Scarlet, but I've got the Skaventide box set coming. Fucking love the Skaven, so I'm really looking forward to that. You want salamanders? Yeah, salamanders are so cool. They're just such nice guys. Salamanders are the best Space Marine. Look, I don't know. I feel like salamanders, I think it's kind of unfair to salamanders to call them Space Marines because they're just humans. They're just nice guys. They're genuinely just great people. I feel like Space Marine is almost an insult to them. Oh, this is what I'd done. Okay, so I'm doing the bottom half of that in black. Yeah, I got kind of confused as to what I was doing with my color scheme. I've remembered now. You saw the little green guy, you were drawn into the dark sci-fi aspect of it. Yeah, the Dark Angels are really cool. Also, the lion is an absolute beast. But I just love the knightly aesthetic, like with the robes and the tabards and the power swords and all that sort of thing. Just because I'm like a big European fantasy guy. Do I have any Horus Heresy kits? I don't have any Heresy kits. Some of the armor plating for them is really cool. Like with the shoulder plates are really neat. I like them. But I've got so many minis as is. I don't think I need to start adding Heresy kits to it. They're nice guys like you. Are you okay? Are you good, Chaos? I like the Red Hunters better than the Salamanders. Who are the Red Hunters? Who are they a successor of? The thing about the Salamanders is they're nice guys, but still xenophobic. Well, I mean, look, you can't. They can't be perfect. We can't all be the Farside Enclaves, okay? Go to head out. I'd love for you to check out your channel, give you some feedback on your minis. Next video is about Scout Sentinel. Righto, I'll give it a check out, Scarlet. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I'll pop in and have a look at your channel after this stream here, and yeah. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, Scarlet. Have a good rest of your day or night. Yeah, I'll see you later. The nightly aspect drew you in, pretty much saved up and got your dream set up to begin with. Nice. Yeah. I think one of the biggest things about staying consistent with painting is just having a good setup that is easily accessible. Because if you have to spend like 20 minutes getting your painting desk set up, you're never going to paint. But if it's just something that you've got there set up and it's all like equipment that you want to use, then it's really great. And you can just sit down and go. You like salamanders because they kill Eldar children for no reason. Jeez. You like salamanders for reptile stuff, fire culture, and colors. Yeah, they've got a lot of cool theming to them. I don't know if the killing Eldar children for no reason is the best reason to be into the salamanders, but I mean, I'm not gonna complain with your tastes. Boys club again. Bring out the doing cooler buck. Um, yeah. Speaking of boys club, I I was having a look at my analytics the other day because I hadn't checked them out since I'd gotten back into streaming, and man, it is a sausage fest in here, guys. When I checked it the other day, I had something like something in the range of 3,000 unique viewers over the past month, and it was 100% male. That is fucked up. You've been working on your hobby area, built from scratch, can't wait to show it off when it's complete. Couldn't wait any longer to put together just at least a few minis. Yeah, it's really fun just getting like a nice setup. That was one of the things for me when I came back from Japan, was I spent a lot of time just trying to get a setup that I was happy with. And it was pretty tough because there were a lot of renovations going on at my place. So there were like lots of things that was hard for me to record because there were carpenters that were just pretty much destroying the whole downstairs area. And my setup was a little bit smaller than what I had in Japan for a while, but I'm finally in a situation where it's just really good, and it's so easy. It's really fun. You're an Eldar hater, that's why. What's wrong with the Eldar? The Eldar have got it, the Eldar have it the worst. Like, the law just dunks on them non-stop. They don't get anything good. They're not allowed to have anything nice. Like, the Eldar super unit, the Avatar of Cain, exists purely to show off how cool and dangerous all the other factions units are. It's just a punching bag. You like the Red Hunters because they're an Inquisition space marine that hunts heretics. So the Red Hunters, what legion are they derived from? You've gotten it down, Chaos. Just do a small brush and then do small streaks starting from the bottom, and then do one layer of red and orange, and then dry it inside of the red. Oh, talking about the flames and the shoulder pads. Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm terrified of freehanding things. They're an unknown legion. Okay, okay, interesting. Yeah, one thing that I'm very scared of with the knight that I'm painting is I want to go really hard on OSL, but I don't know how I'm gonna do OSL with the knight's heraldry. Like, if maybe what I should do is I should draw out the heraldry in black and white first, like paint out the patterns, and then what I do is I build up the colors of the heraldry from each side. So like, because the some of it's going to be affected by the glow, but you still want to be able to see the patterns rather than just have it all washed out by the glows. Eldar you can respect, but Harlequins you cannot. You're modest and respectful until those ones come up. I mean, fair enough. Orcs and Chaos are basically your best friends. I mean, orcs are just the happiest guys in the setting. They're just living their best lives. What's not to love about them? And Chaos aren't far behind either. They're just having a great time. Yeah, I have 15 Inquisitors of different order with transport and retinue for each. 2 to 3k of Red Hunters. Right, okay. Yeah, always astonishing me with just how many minis you have. The centerpiece on the wall is a 3 foot wide Dark Angels icon floating over the rock, which you sculpted. It's lit up with 40 LEDs of or 40 inches of LEDs of and weighs roughly 90 pounds. Holy shit, Ben, that is insane. That is sick. That is dedication. Yeah, why is my chat full of just like crazy hobbyists? Making me feel so inferior. I'm just out here spending weeks painting one squad of Infernus Marines, and you guys are out here with your insane setups and massive armies. Your proudest achievement is just a Redemptor Dreadnought. Mate, my proudest achievement is a broadside battlesuit. I'm pretty sure that's smaller than a Redemptor Dreadnought. Actually, my proudest achievement's not even the broadside now. It's the it's a Canoptic Wraith, which is smaller again. You have a Discord? You post some progress pics. I don't have a Discord, no. I'm not really at the point where I've got a community Discord going. Not sure if it's on the cards at the moment, just because it's. I feel like probably a little bit more trouble than it's worth, just trying to manage a Discord. But maybe if we grow to a point where it warrants it, I might get one going. But yeah, for the time being at least, I pretty much just entirely operate on YouTube. Been looking at the Imperial agents for the last few days, and you're going to add an Inquisitor and his retinue to your Death Corps. Man, your Death Corps is just going strong, Silver. That I feel like every stream you've just been giving updates on how you've added this many models to it, or how you've got this many coming to join it. Going for a lore accurate a lore accurate Death Corps sized army. Just have like a room in your house where you open the door and there are trenches dug into the ground and thousands on thousands of minis. think your Primaris, Apothecary, and Land Raider are currently your best. Pretty proud of your Spartan. How did I miss this one's little flask on the back there? I swear I just went through all 10 of them and did the flasks. Go big or go home. Going to build a trench table to display them on. That'd be really cool. Really trying to hone the fire aspect of the army too. You've got as many as possible using the flamer or flame type weapons, not because it's good, just because it's fun. Yeah, I mean that's what it's all about, isn't it? Like I feel one of the things that I was doing when I was looking at getting the Skaven tied box was I was looking into Skaven stuff, and there was people talking about like how the Skaven play on the tabletop, and they're talking about how like half the Skaven units are not viable in the tabletop, but you should use them anyway, just because that's how the Skaven play. They just throw a bunch of shit at the wall and see what sticks. That's the true Skaven play style. I can fully understand. Just build the cool models that you like. Doesn't matter if it's good or not if you have fun. That's kind of why I went with the chainsword and melter cannon on the knight that I built as well. Is like I don't give a fuck about how useful it is, but the melter cannon, it just looks sick. So that's what I'm going with. And if the day ever comes that I play the tabletop with that many, well then it's just going to have a melter cannon. And doesn't matter if it's going to be viable or not, because aesthetically it will look very cool. And that's enough for me. For the things where you can't change the type of weapon, you usually just paint it to look like it's made of magma or something along that line. Yeah, that's really neat. That's a cool way of sort of tying them all together. It's very salamanders. Melters are cool, you can't knock those. The melters are cool. Okay, so, you need to do the guns, because right now they're just black, and that's not really all that aesthetic. I'm thinking what we'll do is, they've got Runelord Brass for the highlights, so I can't do Runelord Brass for it. Perhaps what we do is we make a mix of Leadbelcher and Corvus Black. Maybe I could do a similar thing to what I'd done my Canoptic Wraith in. So mix of Leadbelcher, Corvus Black, and Xarius Purple, just to get a dark sort of purple silver color for the main part of the gun, and then I can come through just with some brighter, like orange traces for the little recesses. I reckon that's good. So what we'll need, if we zoom out, so we're going to get a tiny bit of purple here. And then our Corvus Black. And we'll want more Corvus Black because we want it to be leaning more towards black than purple. And I'll add some more Leadbelcher here rather than just using the stuff that I've got there, so that I'm not sort of messing with the stuff that I'm using for highlights and details. See Gavin, see Steve, Gavin, and other dude up there. They are up here in a broken mess. When I was playing around with the staging of the base, I don't think all three of them are gonna fit. So it might just be Gavin and other dude. I think Steve might not make the cut. Because otherwise it'll end up looking a bit too cluttered. Okay, so the color that we are going for, let's just zoom this in just so that you have something to watch while I do this. Steve needs to be there. The issue is there's just not a lot of room around that front foot for both Gavin and Steve. Okay, so this is the sort of color that we're going to want. And then let's just get a dab of the Zarius purple and just mix that in there. Because I just like the little touch of blue that we get out of it. Probably go a little bit darker. Let's get a bit more purple in there. Not sure what the others are. Oh, up the top here. These dudes here, there's some Zangors which I've been doing some surgery on. What are they? You missed that part. So there's some Zangors which I'm going to be putting on the base of the knight. So one of them is going to be getting crushed, and then there might be another one charging the knight from behind. But it depends on how much space I'll have on the base. But there we are, Thousand Suns Zinch boys. It seems, yeah, they are Zinch boys. Okay, let's see if we can get this get these guns coated. Sounds Slaneshi doing surgery on Zangors. Quiet you. They're Zangors, not Slangors. I'm regretting doing these little spots of Runelord brass on the nuts ahead of time. I'd rather be a simp than a heretic. But aren't you both a simp and a heretic? Because you tend to praise Zinch quite frequently. Probably more frequently than you simp for Togo Himiko. Slam goes? Is that like a slam pig? Look, I don't make the rules. Simping is heresy. Is it heresy to simp for Saint Celestine? I think that's just proper worship. You'd go for the Night Lord path rather than your Slaneshi ways. Night Lords are the most based Traitor Legion. Like, the only Traitor Legion that didn't fall to Chaos. They just said fuck you to the Imperium. Yeah, she's a saint, no lewd thoughts. You simp, she's not being nice to you because she wants to be your girlfriend, not simping, it's heresy. Okay, fair enough. You make a compelling argument, my friend. Who? We're talking about Saint Celestine. Don't worry, we're not talking about Togo Himiko. Iron Warriors are also based, but probably have something coming their way for using demons as engines so frequently. Yeah, I think the Iron Warriors have definitely, I think they've been cooking for a little bit too long. I think that Vashtor probably has a few choice words to have with them. That will be interesting to see. But yeah, I like the color for the gun here. It's kind of hard to see on camera, but it looks really nice in person at least, so I'm happy. Showing up well, no worries. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Probably just blanket coat the canister on the flamer here, and then we'll come back through to detail it once we've done all of the flamers. Just give it a nice even coat so that it's easy to work off. Honestly, I should probably pull out a slightly larger brush just for these sections, just so that it's easier. I'm not constantly having to restock. And then I don't have to worry as much about getting all the paint in the ferrules. Remember not to press your thumb on the mini too much, as you do that sometimes in your rough hands tend to work away the paint a little bit. Yeah, I'm not actually pressing down much at all. I'm pretty much just resting the mini in and then just spinning it around with my index finger. There's very little pressure there. And I'm being very careful not to touch any of the freshly painted sections. Might get one of my larger brushes to do a lot of the bigger coats. Okay, yeah, I think that looks a decent bit better than what we're dealing with beforehand. I think that'll come up nicely, and then we can weather it a little bit just to give it a much nicer finish in the end. And we'll be able to pick out more of the details as we go. What is going on here? I think... What? Guys, this gun has fingers. This gun has fingers, guys. You see this? Those are definitely fingers, aren't they? Spin it around. They're not joined to anything. It just has fingers. I'm so confused. Let's just pretend they're not there. This is a Gene Stealer space rain. Mutant call the Red Hunters. Maybe, look, maybe he's just taken this flamer from someone else. So the oh, I see what happened. So I thought his hand was meant to hold the handle up here. But see how his fingers are kind of flat on the end? Like there? They're just kind of a flattened stump. I think this hand is meant to support it underneath. I wonder if I can, because I haven't glued any of this together. I might be able to just... There we are! Good as new. We fixed it. When we come back through to do the detailing, we'll glue that together and then we'll paint his fingers normally again. Well, good thing we spotted that. Goofier moment. Was a little bit of a an odd discovery. You've done it before with some of your first because you didn't realize it mattered. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't glue all these bits together. Thankfully, the push fit is robust enough to not worry too much about gluing them together in most places. Have I done any tabletop games? I haven't played any tabletop that runs with like any mini based tabletop. So like I don't do any war games, no. I DM for my friends from time to time, but it's gotten harder to schedule D&D with large groups, especially in the past few years, as it always is. And I've kind of lost a bit of interest in D&D. But like there are some other TTRPGs that I play with some Dutch friends online, which are a lot of fun. But yeah, otherwise, I don't really do a whole lot of tabletop. I would like to play more tabletop. But at least for in-person stuff, it can be a bit of a pain because getting like Brisbane's just a bit of a pain to organize in-person stuff with your friends in because everyone's spread apart really far and public transport is a nightmare. All too relatable with the D&D. Yeah, it's a problem that everyone faces.
You're guessing it's probably a good idea when you do your first mini to do a few from start to finish rather than assembly line painting like this. Yeah, definitely when you start off, try just doing a couple start to finish. You will learn so much more, and it's a lot easier just to focus on what you're doing. And it's a lot more enjoyable as well, because assembly line painting can be fun, but it can also be really tedious. Because I'm assembly line painting these dudes, but I'm also trying to paint them to a relatively high quality, so it's taking me a long time. But yeah, for a lot of the ones that I did early on, I did them start to finish, and you get to, yeah, like I said, you learn a lot more when you just have one mini and you're just sitting there focusing on it for a long time. Sure, this is easier in the long run because you have all your colors out, but but you're sure it'll improve. Not, just don't want to have your first 10 looking like crap. Yeah, that's the thing is, there's no point in painting them if you're not going to be happy with the result. And I can guarantee you that if you start off just trying to batch paint 10 minis, it will not be a fun experience because you won't feel like you're making any progress. Whereas when you have one mini that you're painting from start to finish, you can very clearly see that you're getting somewhere. You can see what you're doing and you can really focus on the little micro mistakes that you're making rather than just painting one bit and then going to the next and then coming back. So it's a lot easier to focus on what you're doing when you've just got one mini in front of you. You can also add on to old models or strip them and repaint them too. Yeah, if you make any mistakes, it's just paint. I feel like I say this every stream now, but at the end of the day, it's only paint that you're working with. It's very easy to fix up. So no one saw that. Yeah, what was that we no one saw? Oh, praise the Emperor Simp for Togo. Therefore, you're no longer a heretic. I don't know how. I'm not sure how that logic works, but sure. But yeah, I would definitely say that it's a lot easier when you have a full don't look. No. But yeah, I would say that it's definitely a lot easier to focus on what you're doing when you've just got one mini in front of you that you can just plug away at. And yeah, you feel it's a lot more fun because you can see the progress that you're making. It's just a fictional character. Chaos. I don't think you're finding any allies here. You gotta let it go. Chaos, you realize that you're gonna grow up, but she won't. So at some point, it will become illegal for you. Your nights have been delayed. Heads will roll for this. What's up? Oh, you're waiting for them to get shipped out. Is this what you were expecting tomorrow? Guess we're gonna have to dump some tea into the water. Got a few armigers to start with. Yeah, who was it who was, Oh, I know there was someone in chat, they're from Singapore. I forgot their handle, but they've done armigers and they're really cool. I really like the way armigers look. Oh, it's another gun with fingers, guys. Let's just fix this up. Just wiggle the shoulder out. There we are. Good as new. Took a few months to get some 3D printed stuff you wanted to use. Yeah, I haven't looked too much into getting 3D printed components. I've seen a few, but I've got a lot of things that I just want to... I've got enough things that I need to get through at the moment that I'm trying to hold off on getting any more excess stuff. Looks like we've got a new step in the assembly line. Yeah, fix the hand. Every time we find the guns with fingers, we need to fix the hand. You've built one so far. Looking forward to doing the rest of the squad. Built one. Is this a set of armigers that you have as well, Francois, or is this something else that you're doing a squad of? No such thing as an excess unless you'll age out before getting to it. I like the term age out for dying of old age. It's an interesting way of putting it. But at the rate we're going, I will age out before I get to these. I'm going to be 83 years old, in the home, arthritis, and there'll be a mountain of plastic larger than my bed, just waiting to be painted. Funny things you like to think that Space Marines in their spare time play board games. Well, because there's it depends on the chapter, but there is Warhammer version of chess, isn't there? Is it called Regicide? I'm sure there are plenty of Space Marines who play Regicide. It's an Armiger and 2 Helverin squad. Well, that's how you're building out yours. Oh, okay. Don't know how to look at night players sometimes. What do you mean by that, Carson? On one hand, they're amazing painters and have great models. What's the other hand? Just realized that I haven't been painting the little part of the flamer that's sticking out below the hand. I think if other people picked their favorite of my models, they'd choose your armature. On the other hand, they suffer as just as much as you with the shipping, not just delivery, bringing them to games in person or assembling parts, yet have fewer models to actually play. Yeah, that's one thing. It must be an absolute nightmare to take an army of knights. Oh man, no pun intended, but it must suck to take a an army of knights to a game to play, because you would need to package them so carefully, or just like disassemble them just so that you can take them to the place, because otherwise they would break so easily. Like, I feel like that would be the most stressful thing, is just going out to, like, going to a tournament to play a game with your, like, 3 briefcases of carefully packaged Imperial Knights. They're all, like, disassembled and carefully put into little, like, foam holders, and then just getting to the other end and just hoping that when you open it up, they haven't snapped in certain parts. Yeah, I imagine, yeah, magnetizing the joints would probably help, but it wouldn't. It can only go so far, surely. You never leave home to play without glue. I see. You need to be prepared. That makes it sound like It's pretty much guaranteed that when you leave to play, one of your minis is going to break. I don't think I have the heart to play the tabletop knowing that. I feel like if I get into the tabletop, I'd need to like go back over all of my minis and just drown them in clear varnish, just to like protect the paint as best I can before I'm even considering letting other people touch them. Become the very thing you sought to destroy. For Space Marines, it's great, but Knights, you just constantly think about that. The less sturdy models just make you shiver. Yeah. There are so many moving parts on the Knights that it's just like, yeah, I would be very scared to take my Knight out and try to like go to the game store with it. Let other people touch them. What? Well, isn't that how that works? Often, like, people would touch them when you're playing the tabletop? Or nah? Like, surely someone, like, because people would move your models. If someone touched your dreadnought, you would have a heart attack. I was not expecting to get such a visceral reaction out of everyone just by suggesting the potential of someone touching your models. No, we just point. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for any trauma that I just inflicted on any of you. That was a very strong reaction we just got out of the chat. Your army better be painted better if you're going to touch my model. I see. You need to qualify for the honor to touch the model. Could smack them if they touch your army. It's just the amount of everyone is so defensive all of a sudden. Like animals defending their nest, just stay back. Yeah, I do feel like if I took my minis to the game store and someone picked up one of my models, my heart would sink. I'd be so scared. Francois said it, need to have that kind of respect earned. Yeah, they need to qualify. Would you compete in a game for $2,000 with permadeath rules where if your model dies on the table, you chuck it into a nearby fireplace? What the fuck? What if... Hey, I feel like rather than fireplace, I think hydraulic press would be more terrifying, would be like more upsetting. There's just a hydraulic press next to the table, your unit dies, and you have to put it in and then close the door on the press and just watch it get crushed. I think that would be the most soul-destroying experience. And no, I would not compete in that game. I feel like, because I am not going to win, I'm just going to lose all of my models and all the time invested and just be so sad. Or even if I do win, I will have lost so many models that I'm attached to that it's just not going to be worth it. I think the anguish would be too much. As long as someone who's put in the work and skill knows how to handle the model, appreciate it, it's okay. But anybody else is getting a very public ass chewing. Fair enough. Yeah, I feel like, unfortunately, I'm really conflict averse. So if someone picked up my model, I wouldn't have the heart to tell them off. I just watch in horror and hope that they don't damage it. So it'd be the worst for me because I would end up having so many models getting like smudged or dropped just because I wouldn't have the heart to tell people to put them down. Like the most I'd be able to do is like, sorry mate, could you not touch that? Thank you. Sorry. Your klutz friend that you introduced to the hobby when you were getting into it dropped an entire thing of the gold Citadel paint, and you just decided from there that you should probably keep them at arm's length. Oh, yikes. But I mean, you managed to introduce a friend to the hobby. So that's something. It's easier said than done from my experience. None of my friends have the time/money to get into it. But I guess that's just like the 20-year-old experience. Is everyone's either not like they're not really, they don't have enough disposable income to have any hobbies, and they're too busy working to really do much outside of anything really. Getting more people to waste money. Look, it's I wish my friends had the money to waste on Warhammer. Because right now my only outlet for talking about Warhammer is here talking to you guys or just talking at my sister every now and then. But it's kind of a trade-off because then I'll talk at my sister about Warhammer and then she will just talk at me about shit that I don't know anything about. It's an equivalent exchange in that regard. You just shared a box set with them. It was at no cost to them. That's what I'm thinking of doing when I get the Skaventide box, because it's a like Leviathan box set. It's going to be a split of Skaven and Stormcast models. Are they called Stormcast or something like that? And I might just give the Stormcast to one of my mates and see if they are willing to paint them. Like, see if I can get them to come around to my place and we can paint them together. That could be a way to get my foot in the door. That you can respect, just having an outlet for the hobbies is important. It really is. It's like I cannot understate how much I appreciate having so many of you guys showing up in the streams just to talk to me while I do this stuff. It is so fun. It makes the hobby so much better than it already was. I can paint most of them as content and then gift them. I could, but the issue though is if I paint them and then gift them, then my friends aren't getting involved in the process. And I think the most important thing to get them stuck in the hobby is they need to have that investment. If I just give them minis, then they'll have no attachment to them. But if I make them paint the minis, then then those are actually their minis and they like them, and then they might want to paint some more. It's about the process. You can't just skip right to the end, or they won't have an appreciation for it. Box sets or selling or just simply giving spare models to friends is much more friendly than introducing friends and or family. Yeah. It's like, I've got a lot of spare models. So I feel like I can probably introduce friends to it just by sort of getting them to come around and paint some things with me. Not asking for any money, just like, hey, I've got some minis, I've got some paint. Do you wanna come around and give it a shot? Your friends have a lot of passion for it after having actually painted their own at your place. Yeah, that's the big thing. And also, I think on top of that, I just want to have them. I don't want to paint the minis and then give them to my friends just so that they can play the war game. Because for me, the most enjoyable part of the hobby, I guess the only part of the hobby, is the painting process. So if I want to introduce them to the hobby, I want to introduce them to painting. And then the war game is just like a cool little bonus if we decide to play it. including you talking at them about lore they couldn't comprehend for 24 comprehend in 24 hours. I'm not sure if I talked about this the other day or not. I know I was telling someone about it. I might have been talking at my sister about this. But the other day, I was just in Discord with a few of my mates, and one of them made a like they mentioned Warhammer, and then I did like the actually, and then I started doing like the sniveling like the sniveling rat sort of correcting you on lore thing, and I because it was about like the war in heaven, and I did that for like 20 seconds. And then my mate started asking me actual questions about Warhammer lore, and then I was like, "Oh, actually, okay." And then I went and explained like the War in Heaven to them, just unironically, and then got to the end, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I just did like an unironic actually moment. Nerd. Yeah, it was. It was. I was like memeing on the nerd archetype, and then I actually just did a nerd explanation. It happens. I'm glad I'm not the only one, but it was like, it was just so, it was like so painful for me that I went from making fun of people who just speak lore at you, and then immediately went on to just speak lore at them. You take pride in it. Your friends sometimes just ask for lore dumps and you lay it on them. Fair enough. Yeah. I wish my friends would ask for lore dumps more frequently. Because then it's an excuse for me to talk about Warhammer. But yeah, for a lot of my friends, the most Warhammer that I will interact with them about is just like, I'm not sure if you guys have seen the YouTube shorts, which are like Alex Jones and 40k. But like those types of videos are the funniest shit to me. It's hilarious. They're so good. It's like Alex Jones is actually just a 40k character trapped in our universe. It's fucked up. Like the wild shit he says just fits so well. Favorite Warhammer meme is just the Silent King of the Necrons with the text reading, "I have the power to do anything I want, but only when I feel like it." Yeah, the Silent King is done so all cool Xeno races, like all cool Xeno characters, done so dirty by GW. Like, the Silent King is so sick, Trazen is so sick. Like, there are so many cool Xeno characters, have so much potential, but GW just doesn't do much with them because there's like, they're not Space Marines. It's like, oh, okay. Like, Trazen gets the Infinite and Divine, which is, I need to read it because everything I've heard about it is, it's like one of the best 40k novels, hands down. So I need to read that, but I've heard that there's just not much to do with him outside of that. Like, he's tied into so many plot lines, he just doesn't do anything, is what I've heard. Well, I guess Trazen, does he also appear in the Fabius Bile books? You've only read the prologue of the Infinite and Divine so far, and holy wow, is it well written? I need to check it out. I'm still reading the Ahriman Omnibus though, so I want to finish that, and then I'm probably going to go Infinite and Divine next. You think the Necrons have great laws and had good attention in Knights, but they don't really have much continuous stuff outside of that apart from the small mentions. Don't they have like the Pariah Nexus? Isn't like that like a whole ongoing thing? One thing that I'm really scared of is that there's just going to be like the whole thing with the Pariah Nexus, and Gilliman is going to go to deal with it, and he's going to end up fighting the Silent King, because I know for a fact if Gilliman ends up fighting the Silent King, then the Silent King is not winning that, because it's Blueberry Boy himself. So it's going to be really sad if that happens. Which person do you think would be well suited as Horace Lupercal? What's this about? Are we talking like, are we talking like in live action, like who would act as Horace Lupercal the best? Or just a person in real life? Ooh, okay. It doesn't need to be an actor. Like, my gut instinct is just to go for Alex Jones. He just is, he's everybody. He is every 40k character. Like, you can't go wrong with Alex Jones. You'd say Necrons and Orcs are the two Xeno factions with the most lore by far. The other Xenos have a lot of lore as well, but it's just spread out in most faction books. Yeah, I've heard that Eldar have just gotten shafted so much in lore. Like, they were meant to get a trilogy, but then the first two books of the trilogy were shit, and so then the third book just got cancelled, and they just don't get anything good. Like, it must suck to be an Eldar fan. But haven't, I think the Tau have done pretty well for lore, haven't they? Because they've gotten a fair few of their own books. Is Fulgrim trans? I don't know. I think he's a snake guy now, so I don't know if I don't know if gender is at the forefront of his mind. Like, he's transhuman. I feel like Sir Christopher Lee would have the charisma for the role and would definitely play out his fall in a way that would make the reasoning for joining Chaos even more compelling. Yeah. I feel like, oh, now we're back at the dreaded conversation of the 40k live action, and I am so worried for what Amazon is going to do with it if they even end up getting the rights. Because, like, what is it? Poor, can't believe I've forgotten his name. What is his name? I'm so stupid. Complete mind wipe. How have I forgotten his name? Holy shit, this is really bad. Henry Cavill, yeah. How did I forget Henry Cavill's name? Yeah. Poor Henry Cavill, just cursed to not have any good experiences on adaptations of IPs he cares about. From what you've heard, they've got it cancelled since Henry Cavill's been standing by the IP while they want to change it. Yeah, I'm not sure if I spoke about this on stream or not, but I had heard that the female custodies change had actually come about as a result of Amazon putting pressure on GW, and so because since Henry Cavill is the executive producer, anything that happens in the show needs his okay, and there was no way in hell that he was going to allow changes to like female space marines or custodies, and so Amazon kind of went around him and tried to make direct changes to the law, because if it's canon, then he has to say yes. But yeah, last I've heard, the place it currently stands is that Amazon and GW are at an impasse in terms of creative freedoms, and so until they come to an agreement, there's not going to be a show. And I think Amazon has until like later this year to come around. What about December? What's going on with December? I'm not sure when the deadline is, but it's sometime later this year. Just wish he took it to some other company than Amazon. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was... I don't think he was the one who started the whole push for it. I think it was Amazon. The way I assumed it went was Amazon was they had the idea to do it, and then they got Henry Cavill. So I assumed that it started with Amazon, not with Henry. The Warhammer God of War thing. Oh, is this the the anthology of all the different video game adaptations, where they're just going to do like a bunch of 1-episode video game shows. It's like 10 different shows or something. No matter how it goes, you'll still have your respect for Cavill. Yeah, I mean, that man is... He is fighting for his life in that, like... He's fighting for his life in an industry that has no respect for anything. So yeah, big respect for the guy. So the next level is supposedly relating to Space Marine 2. That'll be cool. Yeah, hoping it'll be good. Unfortunately, a lot of Warhammer content in general doesn't end up being that good. So I'm not going to have the highest hopes for it, but if it's good, that'll be great. But I'm not going to expect too much. Because like outside of like books, I feel like Warhammer media, in terms of games and shows and all that sort of thing, they have a tendency to not be too great. Like, there haven't been that many good Warhammer games that I have seen in the past 10 years, which is kind of sad. Because I know that back when Relic Entertainment was still doing a lot of stuff, that's when we had a lot of really good Warhammer games, like Dawn of War 2. I know there are others, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. But like, since then, I haven't seen a whole lot of good ones. We've gotten a few good ones in fantasy with Vermintide 2, and Total War. But I feel like 40k has just kind of been struggling. Like Dawn of War 3 was not great. I was very disappointed by it. Mechanicus was good, but I feel like it was just a good game. I don't feel like it was anything crazy. It was just like a solid XCOM style game. I wasn't a huge fan of Darktide. Like, again, Darktide was a good game, but I preferred Vermintide. So unfortunately, since I had that point of comparison, it wasn't the best for me. But yeah, hopefully, like, if next level is good, that'll be good. James Workshop has only blessed Dawn of War, Space Marine, the Tide games, the books, and the tabletop. We'll see what comes of the Space Marine 2 games and whatnot. Yeah, like... Man, I'm so sad that Dawn of War 3 was not good, because Dawn of War 1 and 2, they are my childhood. Like, Dawn of War, like, those games are how I got into 40k in the first place. And, like, they were both really good, but, like, they're really cool because they're, like, two very cool RTSs, but, like, different styles of RTSs. Where Dawn of War 1, you've got, like, a traditional base building RTS, and then Dawn of War 2, it's more like Company of Heroes, squad-based tactics RTS. And then Dawn of War 3, they went for this really weird, like, halfway point between the two of them, and it just felt like shit. And the online multiplayer was really poo, because it was like, the maps were all like 1 or 2 lanes. It was like each base was like a long rectangular map, pretty much. And there were 1 or 2 lanes to get to the enemy base. and it felt like it's just whoever controls the requisition points in the middle of the map is going to win. But it'll just take 40 minutes for it to happen because the resource gain was too slow for you to actually pressure them. But since the map was so linear, there was no real room for meaningful outmaneuvering. And so you just need to get the middle point, and then you will slowly win due to resource advantage. The games are a strong suit if you ask me. Animations, though, are mostly good on the fandom side. Oh, Astartes, that was fucking fire. Unfortunately, the guy who did Astartes, fortunately for him, I guess, got poached by James Workshop. But it means that all of his stuff now is on Warhammer Plus, so you gotta pay James Workshop a nice subscription fee if you want to watch any of the cool stuff now. Because GW does not like when the fans make things for their universe. They should have just hired the guy. Oh, I think they did. I think what they did was they hired him, but then they made him take down any of the stuff that he was that he had on YouTube and moved it all over to Warhammer Plus. So I think he got a job, but he's now not allowed to make any fan-made Warhammer content. It all has to be official now, which means it's locked behind Warhammer Plus pirating. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know if I don't know what there is to pirate because it's all locked behind Warhammer Plus, and no one cares about Warhammer Plus, so I never hear about what's on there, so I never know if it's worth pirating or not. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, if I knew what there was, I'd be happy to pay just so that I could support the artists who have been captured by GW. Like, I'd be happy to pay, like how I'm happy to pay for books from the Black Library. But it's just like, I feel like Warhammer Plus is just such a closed ecosystem that I don't know what I'm missing out on. The one reason you've wanted Warhammer Plus before was because of the exclusive yearly models, but you reckon you could get them second-hand anyway? They're exclusive yearly models? See, this is what I mean by I have no idea what you actually get for Warhammer Plus. I did not know that there was like a yearly models for having a subscription. I feel like they do not do a good job of telling you what you would actually get for having Warhammer Plus. So it's like, what is the point? They just take all of their stuff and then put it behind a locked door and then don't tell you what's in there so that you don't, and they're like, here, you can have the key to get into this room of goodies for only like $15 a month. what's in there? Oh, well, you'll just have to find out. You want to pay? And it's like, no, I don't. Tell me what's in there. They're probably running a fair price anyway. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that as far as subscription services go, it's fine. I'm just not a big fan of subscription models in the first place. I feel like they are a scourge on the on modern media. But yeah, it's just like I don't want to have to pay for a unique subscription just for my Warhammer stuff. Every year they put up a few models that you can only buy if you have Warhammer Plus. Oh, so it's not even you get them as part of your subscription. You get the right to buy them. So you pay a subscription so that you can earn the right to pay for some more things. That's awesome. Thank you, James Workshop. The year 1 model was a special Vendicare assassin who looks absolutely amazing. Yeah. I'm sure it does look great. I just, Games Workshop monetization it's impressive, to say the least. So you get one and you can buy the other? Oh, okay. So they do 2 a year and you get one and then there's another one that you can pay for. You're gonna take your leave? Righto. Thanks for hopping by, Carson. It was good to talk to you today. Yeah, have a good day or night, depending on where you are. Is it nice loitering around here, though? Yeah, no, I appreciate it, mate. Catch you next time. I'll see you later. The models on the eBay are the same price as the subs. You might as well sub if you want the model. I see. The thing is, I'm now tempted to have a look at what the models are, just so that I know what I'm missing out on. Because yeah, that's one of the big things for me is, or with Warhammer Plus, one of the main things, like I've been saying, is I just don't know what I'm missing out on, because I feel like they don't do a good job of communicating what you actually get for doing Warhammer Plus, or you just don't really hear much about it. They're gorgeous. Righto. Now, I'll look at them after this stream. I'm getting some nice little bits of homework this stream, so I'm not complaining. I say homework, but I'm already doing work at home, so I guess this is all homework. But I guess this isn't work at home because I'm not getting paid. Maybe it's just homework. Hey, we're almost through all of the base coats for the flamers. And I must say, holy shit, it is hot in my room right now. I've got my my aircon set to do 16 degrees. It is definitely not 16 degrees. It is well into the 20s with the aircon just full blast. I think I might need to clean out the filter. Yeah, we're just barely out of winter here, and it's already 27 degrees today. Not even close to summer. I am scared of what is to come. Thought I said I was going to do weathering so they didn't look like salamanders. I will. So I'm doing the I'm just getting all of the base coats down first. So base coating the guns, and then I'm going to come back through and weather everything. There's still a lot of detailing to be done yet, like eye lenses and little buckles and things like that. So there's still plenty of work to be done. This is just the base coat for the guns. Because then I'll have all of my primary colors blotted out, so I'll have bits to work from. Your attention span has been slowly decreasing. Yeah, it's assembly line painting like this has definitely it's definitely a monotonous task. Like the last things that I assembly line painted were a bunch of Tyranid Termagants, and I'd slap chopped them, so it didn't take nearly as long as what we're doing here. But I much prefer the finish that I can get by just manually painting. Slap chop is nice and all, and I love my dry brushes, but there's just something about the finish you get from just like using a regular brush for everything. Or at least as much as possible. You've been here for 3 hours? You have. You've been here since the start. I think a few of you guys have been here since the start, which is crazy to me. that that so many of you guys would like consistently show up near the beginning of the stream and just stick around. That's really cool. But yeah, Chaos, if like, I hope you've got something else to keep you entertained while you're in here. Because if you're just sitting here, just watching me paint, that would be crazy. Like, I hope you have, like some minis or something that you're working on while I'm talking. Because I'm not confident in my ability to keep you fully entertained for hours on end just by sitting here talking. Yeah, you missed the start of the last two, so you were first today. You were first today, Francois. I saw you there like 8 hours before the scheduled start time. So, yeah, and you're also there for my sneaky little half-hour extension. You have nothing. Yes, you need to get yourself something to do while like get like hobby alongside us. That's what I think most of everyone else here is doing, is we've all got something that we're painting or building. Makes it a bit easier. Yeah, because I'm not a professional entertainer, brother. I'm just some guy. Yeah, like if you've got minis or anything like that lying around that you haven't really touched, 100% just paint them while you're here. I reckon that's one of the that's what's been really good for me about streaming, is it's so much easier to paint just when I have people to talk to. Been lurking for a while and building bolt action minis with some drinks. Yeah, I am not actually familiar. I'm not too familiar with bolt action, Matthew. I know that Tiki the Hut, who's in here relatively frequently, he's really big into bolt action. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it myself though. Entertain me, clown! I said dance, monkey, dance! No, I'm doing my best, brother. And by my best, I mean, I'm taking hours on end to paint some Space Marines that I've been working on for over a week. Just been sorting out space on your phone for the past hour being here. I see. You've been doing the tedious work just like I have. I'm here slogging through assembly line painting. You're there clearing out phone space. Yeah, I reckon streams are... I think, like, streams are good, but I feel like streams are not great as, like, a primary source of entertainment. I think that the best form of a stream is just, like, through... It's just a nice sort of second... I think streams are second monitor content. Unfortunately, I say this as a streamer, but I think they're really good second monitor content. You found me through Tiki, very nice paint jobs. Oh, righto, that's cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you had already seen Tiki or not, but yeah, I know because he's mentioned me a few times, which is really nice. Lovely man. But yeah, if you weren't familiar with him, then I was going to suggest check him out. You just don't like the music, it's too boring, Jack Skeleton. Look, I've said this before, Chaos. I cannot. You were struggling with attention span from trying to focus on this for too long. If I have anything other than this lo-fi stuff going, my attention span will just disappear instantly. I will mind wipe. I cannot focus if the music is anything that's like more dynamic than this. I need my boring music. Okay, is that... I think that's the last gun done. Oh, my elbows are sore from leaning on the desk like that for so long. Listen to Rylanor's Last Stand, please, just for a moment. Maybe after the stream. I'm not ready to ruin my anything else. This is the price you pay for watching my streams, young one. I will subject you to lo-fi music. Oh, I need a stretch after that. Oh. Okay. So, we've got most of our base colors down. I think, what should I do for like the grips on their sidearms? Because I've kind of been at a loss as to what to do for the sidearm grips. Like I'll come through and do details on all these other bits. Oh, that guy's got a canister on his hip, so I'll need to do that in a spare. Oh, do they all have spare canisters? Okay, not all of them, but the ones that do have spare canisters, I'll need to come through and do them in the, I'll need to come back through and do them in the same color that I've done for the guns. Just unclick the button. Castlevania soundtrack is good. I'll go through, video game soundtracks because they do tend to be pretty, they do tend to be pretty good for, like in terms of copyright. So yeah, I might sort of sneak around and see if I can find any video game soundtracks that don't break my brain. Just unclick the button. Look, I'm not keeping you here, brother. Nah, but yeah, I'll look into it and see what other stuff we have. I might go back through, like, old RTSs that I've played. Age of Mythology soundtrack, let's go. But yeah, any suggestions on what to do for the grip of the sidearms that they have in the in their back pockets there? Because I've already got the holsters done in brown leather, so I'm not sure if like I should, like, it'd be a bit unclear if I did the sidearms also in the same leather color. Black? Okay, fair enough. Make it look like leather. Yeah, no, the issue I've got with is because that, yeah, like I said, the holster is also already leather, so you wouldn't really get a lot of definition I think that black gives enough contrast without standing out too much. And I can still potentially try to give it a leathery texture with black. Grey highlights. Black Templar versus Fairy, who wins? By fairy, do you mean space wolves or actual fairies? Because in both situations, I would say that it's Black Templars anyway. Just need to mix up a little bit more paint because I'm running out of the color that I'd mixed. One sec. There we are. How many of these guys are going to have spare canisters? Hopefully not too many. Having a good run so far. Ooh, going very well so far. Oh, we might not have many spare canisters left to do. Hey, you're working on one of your Necrons? Nice. Hey, cool, that's all the spare canisters. What Necron have you got there? Is it a line soldier or is it one of the bigger Necron forms? Pull out our Black Templar contrast so we can go back through and do the grips of the of the sidearms. Normal, so Necron Warrior, or have you got like an Immortal or something there? Or like a Warrior, Immortal, Deathmark, something. I assume it's one of those. I like what you can do with them. They're simple and straightforward, but they have a lot of really nice details that you can pick out. Just make them pop a little bit without too much effort. The one thing, Warrior, the Warriors I reckon are probably nicer to paint than the Immortals because the guns aren't quite as big, so they don't cover up as much of the chest. They're a little bit easier to work with. The biggest issue that I had painting Immortals was just how in the way their guns were. You don't keep the push fit models glued. Oh, other Warriors push fit. Honestly, I haven't actually built any Warriors. I've just seen what they look like assembled. And looked at them and gone, man, that must be much nicer to work with than an Immortal. Because I've painted Immortals, I don't have any Warriors though. And the Immortals at least are not push fit. Okay, but that would make it a lot easier if the Warriors are push fit. Also, Immortals look kind of lame. Hey, hold off on hold off on the Immortal head. No, I can see that, yeah. I think that they're neat, but their poses aren't all that interesting. Yeah, I think that they definitely leave something to be desired. That's why you choose Deathmarks, yeah. I think that, because I've got some Immortals already pre-built, but then in the Necron Combat Patrol that I've got, there's a bunch of Immortals / Deathmarks there, and I'll probably assemble all of them as Deathmarks just because they are quite cool. Really like the designs of their faces and their weapons and everything. You just use Warriors as Immortals? Oh, okay, interesting. So do you just use the Warriors base build and like the Warriors frame, and then just move the Immortals weapons onto them? No, you just don't play warriors. Oh, okay. So you just have so when you just field when you field your immortals, it's just you'll have a bunch of warriors and you just say, hey, these are immortals, not warriors. Is that what you do? And you just don't have any warriors in your army? Like Scorpath destroyers. I'm not familiar with them. I'll look them up as soon as I've got them. Or I'll probably recognize them as soon as I see them. Don't know them by name though. What are we looking at? Scorpath destroyer. Oh yeah, okay, the guys with the big blades. Yeah, they're really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do like those guys a lot. I don't think any of them are in the combat patrol that I have, unfortunately. I'm not sure if they're in the new combat patrol or not, because I know the new combat patrol did get some changes, like replacing the Night Scythe with a Canoptic Doomstalker, which is really cool. They proxy as immortals because they look the same. Yeah, I can see that. They look very similar. You like the lore you made for your Necrons? Oh yeah? Do share. And remind me, what color scheme were you doing these guys in again? White, yellow, and blue. Ooh, interesting. White and blue definitely go really nicely together. The yellow is interesting. I don't think I've seen someone. I don't think I've seen many primary white colored Necrons with yellow highlights, so that's quite cool. Or yellow accents, I guess, not highlights necessarily. Because I've used some yellow accents on my black Necrons, but yeah, that'd be quite cool. With silver for the exposed parts. Ooh. Yeah, I just really love the flexibility you get in like all the different color schemes you can do for Necrons. Okay. I think next up will be Purity Seals. And so Purity Seals, eye lenses, and metallic detailing. I'm wondering how this Doomfire Magenta will come out. Think you want flames on the barrel of your Vulcan Mega Bolter? Let's see how Doomfire Magenta comes out. We'll just test it on a bit of the base that has green on it. Just along there. Oh, actually, I think that'd be really nice for the Purity Seals. With the green showing through below, I think that actually comes up really nicely. I like that. Got a bit too much on there, so we'll just strip back the brush. You can just pick it up with the dry tip. I think I need to use a smaller brush just so that I can really gently work it in. Yeah, I quite like that color for the purity seals. I might just do another thin layer, just see if I can darken it up a little bit. Law of your Necrons is they were the Silent King's right hand, and when they woke up, they put a generator in the warp to power themselves, and it's garden. They have one emotion. I see. Interesting. They're very cocky and they like themselves to be clean. Well, I mean, that's just part and parcel for the Necrons, isn't it? Just being full of themselves. This means they're very good at being Necrons. Oh man, I cannot wait for the Skaven Tide box to show up. I want to paint me some rats. Completely out of nowhere. But they're just so cool. And there's going to be so many of them that I can paint the rats and not worry about not having enough rats left over for Kit Bash. Because one of the things, the Skaven Tide box has 50 clan rats in it. So that's just like infinite rats for Kit Bashing. What's sad is you only have one model done. Ah, well, you gotta get started somewhere, brother. That just means that you have a lot more models that you get to paint. Yeah, I really like the way this magenta looks for the purity seals. I think we're gonna find some more excuses to use it elsewhere. Question to people in chat: does anyone know if you can run contrast paints through an airbrush without ruining it, or is it not recommended? Like, do you get a nice finish out of it if you can run it through it, or is it better just to manually paint them? Bruh, that's red, not magenta. I'm telling you, it's called Doomfire Magenta. It's just because I'm applying it over a very dark base, or a very dark base color. You're getting a lot of the underlying color. But if I apply some of it to my pasty white skin, it might look more magenta. Let's see. Yeah, you can see there's more of there's definitely more pink to it there when you put it on my my beautiful luscious snow white skin. It's okay? Righto. Because I might give that a shot for some of the Zinchian Demon World stuff, because I like this color. I think it would fit quite well in with Zinch stuff. Nah, you're the one who has Skinwalker skin. Righto, I'm not gonna contest that. Luscious skin, all hail Slanesh. Any opportunity you get, I swear, Francois. I guess that's the true hallmark of a Slaneshi cultist, is you can get your rocks off to literally anything. Once I get these purity seals all done, I'm probably gonna have to go and change my my paint water, because it's all starting to get pretty icky. And I don't want to be cleaning my nice brushes in some icky paint water, because that'll just be putting goop up into the ferrules of the brushes. Not what we want. Yeah, I'm really liking the just the little pop of color we get from the wax of the purity seals. It's always like right as you're coming through near the end. Not that we're near the end right now, but right as you're coming through and just putting in all the tiny little details that really elevates the mini. Just getting little pops of color here and there. I think it's only the one seal for this guy. Helps to break up the green. It does. Speaking of breaking up the green, in the past you had mentioned something about knee markings, Francois. Are there transfers that need to go on the knees, or not necessarily transfers, but things that I need to put on the knees for most Space Marines, or is it down to preference for the most part? Is there common practice for knee markings? Just hand paint company marking on the left knee for Dark Angels? I see. Okay. Company marking on the left knee. Almost done with the Necron, you're surprised? Nice work. You've really smashed that one out. Yeah, I find that it's a lot easier just to paint when you have, when it's more than just you and the mini in front of you. Like the time just goes by so much quicker. Cool, I think that is all of our purity seals done. I might do the eye lenses in the same magenta. I'll just try the eye lenses on one of these guys, see what it comes out as. And if it's a little too dark, we can come back through something brighter. Oh, shit. Got a little bit around the islands there. I need to be a bit more careful when I come through there. Just trying to clean up that little bit of excess paint that I got on the around the islands there. Okay, let's give this one another shot, and this time be a bit more careful. I'm going to clean my brush because I think it's a bit dry, so it's not transferring the paint as well as I would like. All right. Let's give this one another shot. I can get this in focus. There we are. Ooh, I like the eye lenses. They're very cool. Yeah, first Space Marines I've painted, first set of eye lenses. I like them. I think I've been a bit messy on this one. They'll probably come back through and clean up the edges after the fact. I think I need to have almost a droplet of contrast paint on the tip of my brush for doing these eye lenses, because it's hard to get it nice and smooth, so I'd rather just drop a little bit of paint in there and then drag it around rather than try to wipe it in. And I'll probably come back through with a brighter red just to pick out some of the points of it as well. But I think this is a nice sort of foundation for the eyes. Yeah, I quite like that. Yeah, I think I definitely need like almost a little drop of the contrast paint on the tip of the brush, just so that I can sort of dab it in there and then drag it around a little bit. I think I'll need to zoom this out a little bit, just so it's a bit easier to see what I'm doing. Because I'm moving this around a lot, so I keep moving slightly out of frame. Oh, did I do a bit too much? Oh no. That's pretty good. Need a bit more on the bottom edge. A bit of an awkward spot for me to show on the camera, unfortunately. Just because of the way the shoulder pad's set. Maybe a little too much paint on the brush for that one. Yeah, that one's pretty nasty. I might be able to salvage it. That's a bit better. I kind of saved it. Yeah, just come in with a tissue, just dab up the excess. Yeah, that's a bit better. And then just smooth that out. Your Necrons, you did 5 guys with the dual cannon and 5 guys with the normal cannon. Righto. Oh, I've made a mess there. Yuck. Yuck. That's why we don't rush these things. So this one I will need to come back through and clean up with the green when I am doing touch-ups. But this is what we do our recessed bits first so that we can clean them up when we come back through. We can clean up any mistakes at the end. Wipe some up now with a clean dry brush. Yeah, I think the mistake that I made, unfortunately, the paint was already pretty dry when it went on. There's not a whole lot that can be cleaned up. Yeah, it was pretty much dry the second it went on the edge there. But thankfully, since it's a contrast paint, it's pretty thin, so I shouldn't have any issues with texture. Got another little mistake there. Not as bad as the previous one. Oh, but I just made it worse. Shit. I'm making an absolute mess of this. I think I should have just dabbed it with a tissue. Rather than trying to wipe it with a brush there. Yeah, made a mess of that one, didn't I? Well, we'll just say that it's OSL. Nah, we'll clean it up when we come back to it. This is what happens every single time you try to hurry up. You'll spend a lot of time doing details, and then you're like, okay, I got the hang of this. I can afford to do it just a little bit quicker. And the instant you do that, you'll make a mistake. Or you had the same problem with your Necrons? Yeah, I have a bad habit with my Necrons of trying to go out of my way to paint lights inside of all of the recesses, like in their rib cages and everything. And so it's an absolute nightmare to do consistently. So the eye lenses here honestly aren't that bad. Yeah, this one I've made an absolute mess of. But again, we can just clean it up in the end. It's not that bad. It's only paint. Oh, I'm just getting paint everywhere now. One thing you learnt while painting your Triarch Stalker is paint other parts first before building them. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's what I'm doing with my with the Knight, because it's a much bigger model. But for these smaller minis, for the most part, I can't really be bothered to build them in subassembly. It's harder to see how far you've come when it's all in subassembly. Whereas when you've got the mini right in front of you, I feel like it's much more satisfying because you can see how close you are to finished. Whereas subassembly, you've got to sort of get the bits and then hold them together to see what it looks like every now and then. I don't know. It's just like weird. The way my brain works, it's more satisfying to have it all built and then paint it while it's all built, even if it's a little harder. But of course, it's a matter of thresholds. I'm not going to do that for the Knight because that would be horrible. And since the Knight is so big, I'm just going to do that all in subassembly. I think I did too much on that island. It'll be fine though. Subassembly is king. Yeah. Unfortunately, I am just a little bit stupid. And I like to make things harder for myself. Oh, that was really bad. This guy's got like a Robocop visor going. That's so bad. That's gonna get cleaned up. Like, as long as I'm getting the paint in the eye lenses, that's good enough for me. As long as the paint is in the right place, I can then take it out of the wrong places. As long as the collateral damage is within acceptable levels, it's all good. Bro Robocop is cool. Yeah, but the issue is that guy wasn't quite Robocop. He was just like, he just looked a bit shit. Yeah, a lot of these I'm getting a lot below the islands. Oh. So there's going to be a lot of little touch-ups to do when we come back through. think this is the last one for the eye lenses. RoboPig has nothing on Pimpzilla. I have no idea what you're saying, Francois. I'm not sure if I want to know. Okay. How are we looking? So, what's left to do? We've got weathering is the big one. Some minor metallic details all over. And I think that's it. I think we've done all of our main base coats done. Oh. But honestly, I've got some stuff that I need to do before the sun starts to set. So I might call this one here if I'm being perfectly honest. I think we've made, I say this every time, I think we've made some decent progress. I don't think this is anywhere close to being finished. But we're getting there. We are progressing. We are progressing. Slowly but surely. I'll go and oh, one sec. I'll go and grab the base for the night that we primed at the start of the stream and bring it over. I think this base is turning out quite nice as well. It's still not fully dry. I'm just going to use the tip of this brush just to smooth out that section where I just touched and left a fingerprint. Because there's a lot of paint that went onto this, because the cork was just soaking that shit right up. So this will need to dry for a while longer. But this is going to be very cool. And I like the way the edges came out when we sanded that back. So it's come out quite smooth. So yeah, that'll be good. The Thalax reminds you of the main cyborg from RoboCop, or the Kane cyborg from RoboCop. Right. Hang on, what's that? Did I? Not sure if I missed a little bit on that, or if it's just rubbed off a little bit. I think this is pretty good as far as the primer goes. I think I hit all the angles. Can't see any exposed cork anywhere. I like the depth we got out of that. So that should... Oh, and how are the skulls? They're not too gummed up, are they? No, we've got all the details of the skulls still there, so that'll be quite good as well. Alright, well, so we're going to leave that to dry some more. And we've got these dudes where we've done all we've finally got an actual coat for the guns, so the guns aren't just prime, like base coat black. We've done the eye lenses, and we've finished up most of the stuff on their little tool belts. So all that remains are teeny little metallic details here and there. So things like on the backpack, we'll have like the vents. We'll have things like these little bits on the backs of the legs, and then we weather them, and then we get to play around with basing. I don't know if I'm gonna go super hard on the basing. We'll see, but we've got things to work with. But that being said, I'm gonna call it for the day here because I've got stuff that I need to do around the house. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, guys. As always, an absolute pleasure to talk to you all while we've been streaming. Thank you again for popping by and hanging around. It's always really, really good. Yeah, I'm gonna pack all this up and work on some other stuff. I don't think we'll have a stream tomorrow, but we'll, like Hensley had suggested earlier, that I should set up a little itinerary or timetable so that people can see my streaming times ahead of time. I think I'll work on that so that we can get a streaming timetable set up for the week, and then I'll see if I can do that going forwards, just so that it's a bit easier to coordinate when my streams are, and so people know ahead of time. But yeah, anyway, thanks as always, guys.